Good afternoon. This is the first virtual Cherry Blossom Festival 2021, and we welcome you so much to this very celebration today. My name is Dorothy Kitaka, and I'm co-chair for the Cherry Blossom Festival, and this is being sponsored by the Japanese American Association of Indiana, and we welcome you very much. And I'd like to have you please introduce yourself, please.
Oh, sure. Yeah. Thank you all for watching today. My name is Elena Robbins, and I am on the Cherry Blossom Festival Committee.
And my name is Terry O'Brien. I'm also on the Cherry Blossom Festival Committee, and I guess I'm also responsible for getting this whole thing organized.
Thank you.
Definitely. So, how many festivals have there been, Dorothy?
Well, 14 years,
Wow.
yes. And of course, last year we couldn't be on, so maybe this is the 13th one. Okay. Well, that's kind of a bad number, so we'll say 14.
Sure.
And we're so pleased to be able to do this because this is something now everyone from the whole world can watch if they want to. So.
Yeah, definitely. So usually Mayor Henry would be giving a proclamation for us in person, but this year, given the nature of the festival, he was kind enough to put together a virtual proclamation. So let's cut to that now.
Hello everyone, I'm Fort Wayne Mayor Tom Henry. Today I'd like to read a proclamation celebrating our Cherry Blossom Festival. Whereas Fort Wayne, Indiana and Takaoka, Japan have enjoyed a wonderful relationship as sister cities for the last 45 years. And whereas the Cherry Blossom Festival for 13 years has striven to highlight some of the best of Japanese art and culture for the enrichment of our community. And it has encouraged interest in Takaoka and has provided an avenue for Japanese companies in our area to give back to our community. And whereas last year's Cherry Blossom Festival was unable to be held due to the concerns of COVID-19, and whereas this year's 14th Cherry Blossom Festival will provide you a virtual way to permit our community to appreciate the richness of the arts and culture of Japan and bring our societies closer together. So therefore I, Thomas Henry, Mayor of the City of Fort Wayne, do hereby proclaim May 16th, 2021 as Virtual Cherry Blossom Festival Day in the City of Fort Wayne, and I encourage all of our citizens to duly note this special occasion.
Thank you so much, Mayor Henry. You always sponsor us, and we're so grateful for your interest in Cherry Blossom from the very, very beginning. Thank you so much.
Several years ago, the Japanese consulate in Chicago and the consulate general made a very generous donation to the city of Fort Wayne of 5 cherry trees. Now, the cherry tree is a very important symbol in Japan. Of course, we're having a cherry blossom festival from cherry trees. And the consulate general actually came down to participate in the donation ceremony. Now, one of these trees is planted in the plaza in front of the library. 4 of the other trees, unfortunately, did not survive our Midwest winters. However, the Fort Wayne Parks Department bought 5 cherry trees, and they're now located in Sweeney Park next to the Japanese Pavilion. Earlier this year, the Japanese American Association of Indiana and the Cherry Blossom Festival held a dedication ceremony to dedicate plaques honoring the history of those cherry trees. And we'd like to show that ceremony at this time.
Welcome to the dedication of the signs for the cherry trees, both here in the library plaza as well as at Sweeney Park. The trees themselves were dedicated already in 2018 at the opening ceremony of the 2018 Cherry Blossom Festival. Now, at that time, both Mayor Henry and Consul General of Japan in Chicago, I'll get his name right here, Naoki Ito, were both present and helped when the first tree, this tree, was planted here at the plaza. The other 4 trees were taken to the Lawton Park greenhouse to get them ready for planting in Sweeney Park. Unfortunately, those 4 trees didn't survive. Now, the Parks Department, because they recognized the generosity of the Consul General in donating the trees, and also how important those trees were to the Japanese American community, they very graciously replaced not just the 4 trees, but they even added a 5th tree. Now, those 5 trees are currently blooming lovely over in Sweeney Park by the Japanese Pavilion. Now, the signage that we're dedicating today, both here and at Sweeney Park, were paid for by 4 organizations for whom the importance of the cherry blossoms were very great, and who also have a great interest in the Japanese American community. Those 4 organizations who paid for the signage are the Fort Wayne Sister Cities International, the Northeast Indiana Regional Partnership, the Purdue Fort Wayne Japanese Saturday School, the Japanese American Association of Indiana, plus the Cherry Blossom Festival. In addition, the library was involved with the signage because they were responsible for, first of all, accepting it to be planted here and allowing the signage to be put in, and they're taking care of this one. And the Parks Department, because of their help in getting the 5 trees and getting them planted and getting the signage affixed to a boulder with those 5 trees. So we had many organizations helping to get this done. Now, because we really wanted to have this dedication when the cherry trees were blooming, and the cherry tree blooming time is a very small window, once we determined when it might happen, when we might have the cherry trees blooming, there wasn't a lot of time to get the word out to the organizations that were sponsoring this. So we didn't have everybody who's able to come. Mayor Henry couldn't come because of short notice, and the Saturday School and the Northeast Indiana Regional Partnership were not able to come. However, I do want to recognize the people who are here from various the other organizations. So when I call your name, I'd like you to come up here. Well, actually, I'd like you to come up here and I'll call your name. And if you are a member of more than one of the organizations, you only need to, I'm only going to call your name once. So let's start with the library. I would like to have Susan Bauer come up, please. She is the new director from the library. Come over here so that he can get you in the picture. This is just to be seen right now. And then we have Josette Jordan, who is the events manager from the library. Okay, now you can go and sit back down. Okay. Then we have from the Fort Wayne Sister Cities, we have Dorothy Kataka. Now I know some of you wear 2 hats. For right now, I'm just going to call Dorothy as the only one from Fort Wayne Sister Cities.
No, we have Susie.
I know, but she has a second hat. So do you. We're only going to have one at a time. Okay. Okay, then you can go sit down. Then from the Japanese American Association and the Cherry Blossom Festival, we have Susie Hansel, Gabe DeLobe. Yes, that's the only Gabe we have here. This is the only time you have to get up. You won't ask you to do it again. Okay. Just, no, it's enough just to look at your pretty face. Okay. And then Brian Scherschel. Terry O'Brien is manning the video, so you won't see him. And then I'm Michelle Yamanaka with the JAI. The Parks Department, Chad Shaw. Thank you. So you can go ahead and be seated. It's all right. Now I'm going to read to you what the sign says for the cherry tree planted here. It says, Yoshino cherry tree donated to the city of Fort Wayne by Consul General of Japan in Chicago, Naoki Ito, Sunday, May 20th, 2018, as a gesture of goodwill and friendship to celebrate the Fort Wayne Cherry Blossom Festival. The sign was donated by the Japanese American Association of Indiana Incorporated, Fort Wayne Sister Cities International Incorporated, Purdue University Fort Wayne Japanese Saturday School, Northeast Indiana Regional Partnership. At this time, I would like to ask Susan Bauer to come up and from the library. She's the new director, and she'll speak just a few words to us.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining us here at the library today. And I just love it when community agencies can come together and make something beautiful happen, like this beautiful tree and the beautiful sign. And I'm just so grateful that we can all be together today, outside and socially distanced, of course, to honor the sign dedication for today. I want to thank our friends at the Cherry Blossom Festival and all these wonderful partner organizations that made this happen. And this year we're going to celebrate the Cherry Blossom Festival virtually, but I can't wait until next year when we can all be together again to celebrate. Thank you very much.
Susan, I want to thank you and the library for your help in making the trees and the signage possible. Now, at this time, I'd like to read the signage that's for the trees in Sweeney Park. And I'd like to ask Chad Shaw to come up. This is the gentleman who made sure that the signage was fixed onto the boulders by those trees. So this is what that sign says. Yoshino cherry trees. 5 were originally gifted to Fort Wayne in 2018 by the Consulate General of Japan in Chicago to celebrate the Fort Wayne Cherry Blossom Festival. 1 is planted in the downtown library. 4 did not thrive. The Fort Wayne Parks Department, in recognition of the spirit of friendship in the gift of the original trees, purchased these 5 trees. The sign was donated by the Japanese American Association of Indiana Incorporated, Fort Wayne Sister Cities International Incorporated, Purdue University Fort Wayne Japanese Saturday School, Northeast Indiana Regional Partnership. So Chad, I'd like to thank you and the Parks Department for all that you did to make this a reality. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Finally, to the Northeast Indiana Regional Partnership, Fort Wayne Sister Cities International, the Purdue Fort Wayne Japanese Saturday School, Japanese American Association of Indiana. I want to thank you and your representatives that are here for everything you did to make it possible for these trees to be here and for the signage to be here, because the signs give the history behind the gift of the trees, and it's very important to know why they're here. And the signage helps us so we can celebrate the friendship between Fort Wayne and Japan. Without your cooperation, your working together, we wouldn't have the signage, and people would have no idea why the trees were here or what the importance of them are. So this concludes our dedication, and I want to thank you all for coming. And before you leave, take a few minutes to enjoy the blossoms on the tree before you leave.
We're live.
All right. So we're going to go on to our first musical number of the day. And if you have been to the live Fort Wayne Cherry Blossom Festival, this is a group that you are going to recognize. The Fort Wayne taiko group. Taiko is a large Japanese drum. And this group was established by Allison Ballard in 1997. And Allison Ballard, is somebody who's contributed a lot to the Fort Wayne Cherry Blossom Festival, so we want to give her a shout out for that. A couple of things about the Fort Wayne Taiko Group. It's the only taiko group in Indiana and one of the very few in the Midwest. Taiko, like I said, is a Japanese musical tradition that means big drum. Taiko's characteristic beat is achieved through choreographed arm movements as drummers dance their sticks from drum to drum. We're going to be hearing 8 selections from the Fort Wayne Taiko today. Let's give it a listen.
We are really glad to be here as part of this year's virtual Cherry Blossom Festival. Fort Wayne Taiko is a program of the Fort Wayne Dance Collective, and taiko is a drumming and movement form based on Japanese tradition. In taiko, the movements that we do are as important as the rhythms that we play. Our next song is called Streaming.
Hello, my name is Wolf, and this next piece is called Tacoma Bayashi, and I will be playing the shamisen, one of our other many instruments that we use in taiko. The shamisen is basically a Japanese banjo with 3 strings, and we play it with this spatula-looking thing called a bachi. Like our taiko sticks, we also call it a bachi. This piece was written by Kyle Abbott, and also the maker of this instrument. I hope you enjoy. 1、2、そう、はっ。
Fort Wayne Taiko began in about the year 2000 just because I wanted to play taiko really badly, and there was no taiko in Indiana. So we slowly but surely began making instruments and learning to play taiko. To learn to play, because we had no teachers here in Indiana, we had to travel to California, and 4 of us spent 3 weeks in Japan studying with Japanese taiko masters. And we brought many taiko drummers and taiko groups to Fort Wayne to work with us and other local taiko enthusiasts. And that is how Fort Wayne Taiko was born. It's been a journey of passion, and especially during COVID, it's been very interesting because these beautiful drums have been in the studio. We haven't been able to get to them. So we found ourselves playing on lawn furniture and decks and tables and chairs and really anything we could get our hands on. So we are so glad to be back drumming on our instruments with each other in ensemble and drumming here for you. So, Yahoo, Don Doka Don. This next song is called Domo. This song was taught to us by Kenny Endo. I was in Grass Valley, California, standing in a field with about 100 other taiko drummers and learning this song, Domo. We hope you enjoy it. Darn it, we're not playing Domo, we're playing Shira Ume. We'll play Domo in a few minutes. This song was taught to us by our teacher, John Yost from Chicago, and it means white plum. All right, now we're going to play Domo. But I want to talk for a minute about the song we just played, Shira Ume. One thing we really love about that song is we get to play it in the slant stands. They're called naname stands. You can see that our drums are in many different positions, different size drums positioned in different ways. And we get to play each drum in each position differently with a different movement vocabulary. And playing a naname stand is one of our favorite ways to play. And now we're going to play for you Domo that I learned standing in Grass Valley, California with Kenny Endo. So many taiko songs are big and full of energy and lots of movement, just like many of the songs we played for you today. But some taiko songs require a lot of focus. Actually, taiko in general requires a lot of focus. It's very much a mind-body integration art form. And so we do certain activities, certain drills to help us with our focus. This next song, Breathe, the entire song is just a duple meter. The rhythm just goes like this, doko, 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 doko. But what makes it music is that some of those dokos are loud and some of them are soft. We wrote this song ourselves to teach us to play loud and soft, because a lot of times playing taiko it's easy just to always be loud. So this song is called Breathe, and we named it that because of the focus it requires. It does have a polyrhythm, so see if you can hear where the polyrhythm starts. Our next song, Yamabiko, is actually a taiko military song, which we find sort of humorous because the whole spirit of taiko is it's an art form of collaboration, cooperation. When taiko drummers go to a conference, they don't compete with each other. They celebrate everything each drummer and each group is able to do, and they encourage and inspire them to do more. So we like the song. We don't think of it as a fight song, we just think of it as a fun song to play, but you will see the movement vocabulary indicative of some militaristic movements. much fun. Oh, we are so glad to be drumming again. So you can hear taiko drummers make that sound when we drum with our voices. It's called a kiai, and it just helps build energy. Sometimes it's choreographed, so you kiai at a certain moment, or sometimes we just spontaneously kiai to either cue each other, or to encourage each other, or to support each other, or just to express our joy of drumming. So the final song we'll do for you is called Joy Bubble. It was taught to us by our teacher and mentor, Tiffany Tomodibuchi, and we enjoy playing it so much, we hope you enjoy it as well. Thank you so much for having us. I'm Allison. I'm Beth.
I'm Wolf.
I'm Jack. And I'm Karen. And we are Fort Wayne Taiko.
Wow, wasn't that fabulous?
Fantastic. Oh.
So we were just talking about Fort Wayne Taiko, and you were saying how much they've changed over the years and watching
Oh,
them,
I
right?
remember the first time they started. It was so exciting because I had just come back in 1989 from seeing the Kodo drummers on Sado Island in Japan, my first time ever. And to have Allison Ballard start our own taiko group was just an amazing, amazing thing to me. And so kudos to everybody that have been on it and are now carrying on this tradition.
Yeah, and Terry, you said you've actually taken a couple classes, right?
Actually, there was one of the Cherry Blossom Festivals, which was held in the Arts Center downtown at one year. I was actually one of the performers in the taiko performance that year.
Oh, wow.
It's been a long time. I really should get back to that. But if people are interested, they have 2 classes a week on Friday afternoon. One of them is a beginner's class, and the other is an advanced class, and they're offered at the Fort Wayne Dance Collective on Berry Street and Bar Street. So you can contact them through the Fort Wayne Dance Collective, or you can see their website at fwdc.org/about/Fort-Wayne-Taiko.
Good memory.
Wow.
He's not using a prompter, folks. One thing that we do need to mention is that if you would like to see a program for this, you can download that and see performer bios at the Cherry Blossom Festival website, which is cherryblossomfw.com. Now, Dorothy's going to introduce our next performer.
Well, it's my real pleasure because I have known Janice Furtner for many, many years. She was on the radio for 32 years with public radio. And she's a singer. She and I used to sing duets together. And she also is a writer and also does audio producing. So she has many, many other lives in the artistic world. Therefore, her paper cutting is one of the most amazing things I have ever seen. She does this, she's self-taught. She does not use any sketches. She just starts cutting. And what she comes up with is something amazing because it's all through her talent of perceiving what she wants to have on paper. And the background may be layers and layers of paper as well. And so it's my wonderful pleasure to introduce Janice Furtner, one of the most talented people I know. And here is her cutting. And a lot of the pieces have gone to our sister cities in Takaoka, Japan. We went to Taizhou, China. And I think some also went to Gera, Germany, to us.
Wow.
So
Global reach.
yeah, there she is. she's all over the world now. So, and right now she has an exhibit here in the public library until June. So please come to the first floor gallery and see her wonderful work in person. So here is Janice Furtner with her paper cutting production.
Welcome to the virtual Fort Wayne Cherry Blossom Festival for 2021. I'm Janice Furtner, and it is my privilege to exhibit and teach paper cutting at this annual, usually live event at the Allen County Public Library. Well, since we're all virtual this year, I'll take this opportunity to share my paper cutting journey, my paper trail, if you will, with you. All my works begin with a blank piece of paper. No drawing, no folding, just a smooth piece, usually black, and an idea that's been ruminating around in my inner eye for months, sometimes years. Although I'm constantly writing, drawing, and dreaming, when I cut paper, it is very simple, a piece of paper and an idea. As I cut the paper, I am constantly turning the piece, seeking to strike an equilibrium, a symmetry of sorts. So the work turns and turns. My pieces are a balance of light and dark, forward and away, full of bravura, yet cautiously contained on a knife's edge, so to speak. Most begin with a cut through the heart of the paper, revealing the light underneath. The cutting, though quick, often takes many sittings because of the physical intensity of the work. I have a vision that I must work out through each piece. Sometimes I'm able to say it in a single cutting. These are my solitaries. More often, I fasten on an unspoken, amorphous cloud of an idea, and I must make sense of it in paper. To continue this exploration, I have worked in series for 50 years. These pieces are all from my Botanical Studies series. They are close-quartered images of plants. All these works extend past the mat to crowd the eye, so to speak, with a floral experience. These are multi-level cuttings with a technique inspired by Inuit stone printing techniques. Included are I Can a Dream, Moon Dust, Teasel Tango, Free Ramble on a Glad, Blue Flame, How Rudbeckia, Clingy Climbing Clematis, Elven Wreath, A Twirl of Jasmine, and Helianthus. My first cuttings were birds of prey. These pieces grew out of my interest in endangered species from California in the 60s and 70s. Peregrines, goshawks, and owls were featured. Being a native Californian, my first shows were in Orange County. This is Owl Shield, based on an indigenous pottery design overlaid with the eyes, beak, and wing of an owl. This was followed by the Moon Through Trees series, which was inspired by the works of the Japanese printmaker Hoshitoshi. This is Moon Through Trees, Phase 5. The Etude series is inspired by dance forms in music and a study in a single shape. A piece from this series, by the way, was presented to our sister city of Taizhou, China. This is Fandango. Oracles is a series of layered suspended trees showing the tree from root to crown. 2 pieces from the Oracle series were given as special anniversary gifts to our sister cities of Takaoka, Japan, and Gera, Germany. This is Heart of Gold. Fujin is the Japanese word for woman, and there are several pieces in this series of ladies. Bride by the River is a collaged work, and though I'm sure you can't see it, her hair strands are individually cut. Even after waking from a dream, I see the colors of irises. That by Umi Shukishi. Stealing the Moon tells the story of a mythical woman who climbs the sky to steal the moon. Out of the darkness, on a dark path, I now set out. Shine on me, moon of the mountain edge, by Izumi Shikibu. Homage to Silamith Wolfing is a portrait of Kira Fiona. Ona no Komachi lived from about 825 to 900. She was a Japanese waka poet and renowned for her unusual beauty. And Komachi is today a synonym for feminine beauty in Japan. She also counts among the 36 poetry immortals. She Who Would Be as Leaves, portrait of the poetess Ona no Komachi. How sad to think I will end as only a pale green mist drifting the far fields. Ona no Komachi. Woman with Fan and Waterfall is a stylized portrait of Janie Kitaka. Hanging from the branches of a green willow tree, the spring rain is a thread of pearls. By Lady Ise. Water music is a series of jellyfish or medusas and other sea creatures inspired by those famous Baroque dance suites by George Frederick Handel, which use water-inspired papers and a limited palette of black, blues, and grays. Sea Star, Jelly Medusa Bourrée 2, Minuet, and Medusa Sarabande are examples. Ancient Airs and Dances is a series of mythical creatures of flight inspired by Ottorino Respighi's suite of ancient airs and dances. They are Gagliarda, Villanella, and Bergamasca. The Kimono series and fan studies are multi-layered pieces based on the outline of a kimono, or fan. The kimono, which literally means a thing to wear on the shoulders, is the national dress of Japan. And the fan, well, it's ubiquitous to Japan, going back to the 6th century. Fan dance is a layered work based on the movements of a fan in traditional Japanese dances. Also, this is Silver Tongue, a kimono and obi. At the Cherry Blossom Festival, attendants can explore many of the arts of Japan. Paper cutting, kirigami, is one of those arts. Everyone can create a kimono design like these to take home. flight of fireflies, phoenix flame, falling cherry blossoms, and fireworks. These are fan studies. Red chrysanthemum, falling ginkgo, and fraternal twin number 1 is a fan study in red and black. Trilby's Garden is a series of small paper cuttings that are based on the glorious flowers of my childhood's memory, a combination of my mother, Trilby, and my grandmother, Lillian's creative gardens in California. Because they are of memory, they're in a style reminiscent of the early 20th century California printmakers. Jonquils, persimmons by moonlight, daylilies, iris, fern idol are all from Trilby's Garden. Shibui is a Japanese word which refers to a particular aesthetic of simple, subtle, and unobtrusive beauty. This series hopes to strike a balance between simplicity and complexity. These cuttings are multi-layered and of a limited color range with differing textural qualities. Shibui sunflower, Shibui poinsettia, and the Shibui swordgrass. Solitaries are at times the start of a series, sometimes a single flight of fancy, just one, no more. Unless. Some examples include red sun, starlight, silver bright. Un bel dì uses the music from Puccini's opera, Madama Butterfly. To be sung over water was inspired by the Japanese folk song Akatombo, Red Dragonfly. Feathers and confluence are both large-scale works that were inspired by the concept of floating through the air. Mount Fuji was inspired by the 36 Views of Mount Fuji woodcut series by Hokusai. The Mon Study series is one of my most recent. Mon refers to a crest used in Japan to indicate one's origins, that is, one's family lineage, bloodline, ancestry, and status from ancient times. The series features handmade papers in multi-level circular designs, indicative of the botanical origins of the Mon design. Chrysanthemum grandiflorum, Emperor's chrysanthemum, pink peony, golden ginkgo, red maple, a circle of iris, variations on a cherry blossom mon. My thanks to Dorothy Kataka, the Fort Wayne Cherry Blossom Festival, and the Allen County Public Library for making this virtual Cherry Blossom Festival possible. I'm Janice Fertner. Stay with us. There's more to come from the Fort Wayne Cherry Blossom Festival. Thanks for tuning in.
Wonderful.
What an incredible show. And you were saying that many of those pieces are on display here at the library.
Yes, they are, and they are on the first floor and come by the Reader's section before you get there, and it's right there, so you can just look at them in awe because of the fact that you can look very closely at the cuttings, and it's something that it's just an amazing mental creativity.
Yeah.
You really need to see them in person because you can't really judge the depth at which these are layered without seeing them up close, because she will have multiple layers going down and down and down, and they're very subtle, and especially with the monochrome, that are very subtle in color graduation, but you still get the feeling of depth with it.
Yeah.
So just seeing them here is amazing, but they're even more so to see them in person. So do come down, and they will be on display until through June, I believe.
And the background music that you heard was from David Mendenhall, her husband, who composed it on his electronic keyboard. And it's the sound of a koto. And he did that very quickly and gave it to her as a gift right before she put this together. So
What a multi-talented couple.
absolutely fantastic.
I should also say that she produced that entire video herself, too. So she is even more talented than she gives herself out to.
Yeah, she's an audio producer as well. So
Okay.
again,
So,
what a fantastic way of seeing her work and seeing all that's being produced today, virtually.
And we really do have our sponsors to thank for that, right, Terry?
oh, yes. We could not do this without our sponsors and supporters there, and particularly the Allen County Public Library and Access Fort Wayne, whose studios we are using. And of course, you may have noticed that the taiko performance was also produced down in the theater of the library. We also want to thank Wayne 15 TV as our media sponsor. And we especially want to thank Chuck and Lisa Surak and Sweetwater Music Instruments and Pro Center. They have been a longtime supporter of the Cherry Blossom Festival. Also, FCC Adams, LLC, Continental Structural Plastics, Petroleum Traders, the Chapman Fund, Ford Meter Box, and Ohio Kimono. Thank you all, because even though this is entirely virtual, there still is expense and there still is effort and there still is time necessary to get this out. And we very much thank our supporters and sponsors for making this happen today.
We're glad to be able to do something. So now it is my great honor to introduce our headliner for today. This is a very special ensemble. They're called the Miyabi Ensemble. And let me tell you a little bit about this group. They're a New York-based group founded and headed by Ms. Masayo Ishigure in 1996. And she formed this group with two of her students at the Sawai Koto Academy. Now, this academy is very prominent for contemporary koto and shamisen music, and their aim is to incorporate many influences from classical to jazz and thus change the perception of the koto, which is like a floor harp, solely as a traditional Japanese instrument to an instrument of universal expressiveness. So what a great aim to try to achieve, and it sounds like they've really been achieving that. Ms. Ishigure and her former students, Tadao and Kazue Sawai, have been performing all over the New York metropolitan area, the eastern United States, Hawaii, and South America, and their repertoire has ranged from classical to contemporary koto and shamisen music. They especially dedicate themselves to playing Tadao Sawai's compositions, and yes, he is one of the members of the group. Our first number today is going to be Tori no Yoni, which translates to like a bird.
Oh my goodness.
That's a
What
lot
an
of-
awesome performance.
Absolutely.
So, just to reiterate, I think I failed to say this because I hadn't actually watched the video, but that was Miss Masayo Ishigure in a solo from the Miyabi Ensemble. So later we're going to see a group number from them. If you want to find out more about them, I would encourage you to visit our website, cherryblossom.fw.org, and you can take a look at their bio and link to their website from there. Sorry, were you going to say something, Dorothy?
It's just a breathtaking to watch anyone playing the koto, and we're so privileged to have that today.
You know,
Thank you.
such energy.
Absolutely,
It's a very dynamic instrument.
very much so.
Yeah. Okay, so we've got another performance coming up.
So is this the one from our Fort Wayne Akita?
I believe so.
All right, I'm looking forward to talking about Alex Muratani, and he has a trio that's going to perform today. And I found out a lot about him. My goodness! And here he is, been with the Philharmonic since 1998. He's a trumpet instructor at Goshen College, and he has a BS in music, and of course in mathematics as well.
Wow.
And so he also has a master's degree and a doctor's degree from the State University of New York at Stony Brook. So, my goodness. Okay, here we go. He performed at the Spoleto Festival in Italy for 2 summers and has played with the Grand Rapids and South Bend Symphonies, and he's a jazz enthusiast. Wayne Peterson is in the group as well, and I know him well, and he's a wonderful musician. He's a music director at Trinity Episcopal Church since 1987. He has a BA degree in education and an master's degree in distinction from Jacobs School of Music, IU, and also a doctor's degree in church music.
Wow.
And so many other things, like the Royal School of Church Music in England, McGill University of Montreal, and among others. So this is a very smart group. I'm so impressed. And he's a former associate faculty member of IPFW, past president of the Indiana Organists United at Indiana University. And to top off the trio, we have Alexandra Silaby. I apologize if I don't pronounce that correctly. She is going to play the violin. And she is a section violinist with the Fort Wayne Philharmonic since 2000. Bachelor of Music from the Eastman School of Music and a master's from Stony Brook University. She is a member of the Grand Rapids, Ann Arbor, Flint, and South Bend Symphonies and has participated in numerous festivals. My goodness, this is a fantastic group of people here, right here in Fort Wayne, Indiana, and we're now going to listen to them as they perform for us today. Thank you. And the piece is called The Sea in Spring, trumpet, violin, piano. Thank you so much. Oh, my goodness. Thank you.
It's interesting, the universality of music. Although that was a Japanese composition, it was translated to entirely Western instruments and still retained the character of the original Japanese music.
It was wonderful, the combination of sound and the way they played it so beautifully together.
Yeah, it is really interesting as a classical musician, because I'm a classically trained singer. I know you are too, Dorothy. A lot of classical composers were influenced by sort of Chinese and Japanese and different types of Asian music. And so kind of bringing that full circle and having Japanese performers who are trained in Western style music, then playing compositions that kind of incorporate a really authentic Japanese sound is really interesting. And I think we really heard a great example of that just now.
And we'll be hearing another one with one of our festival committee members, Dan Quinn, is going to be doing Japanese music on guitar in a later segment that we have. In about an hour and a half, we're going to have him performing several songs on guitar.
He's one of the very few people I know that has a doctorate in Japanese guitar music. Now, that's pretty specific, and he is wonderful. So be tuned in for that, please.
And very knowledgeable.
Very knowledgeable.
When you get him talking about it, it's really, it's fascinating. He knows so much about it, and a really gifted performer as well.
And knows so many people, because we would not have the range of music that we do for the festival without his assistance.
Yeah,
He's been
that's
a
definitely
big,
true.
helpful person.
Yeah. I've enjoyed playing with him as well.
And I enjoyed singing with him, too.
Yeah.
This is great.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, so now we're going to be circling back to the Miyabi Ensemble, and this is our headliner. For this next piece, though, we already heard a solo number by Masayo Ishigure, who founded the group, and now she's going to be bringing in some of those students from the Sawai Koto Academy, where she teaches. So this is going to be a larger group number called Yume no wa, which means like from a dream, sort of. I don't actually have a translation in front of me, so that's approximate. But this one features koto and shamisen, those two different string instruments. So that's the floor harp, and then also that banjo-looking thing with the 3 strings that we saw in the taiko performance briefly that Wolfgang was playing. Yeah. So let's sit back and enjoy the second piece, Yume no wa by the Miyabi Ensemble.
Oh, bravo.
I don't think I've ever heard anything like that in my whole life.
I haven't either, and especially with the bass koto. I've not. It just gave you this feeling of huge sound.
It was a wave.
It was.
Yeah. And the way they waited, and all of a sudden, bang.
That ending?
Well, just the beginning.
Oh, yeah.
You're
yeah.
sitting there waiting. Okay, do we have the sound on? And we're like, do we have the sound on? All of a sudden, bang. Okay, we're off.
Very in sync, really dramatic. What a cool piece. And, you know, we were just talking about how difficult it would have been to arrange something like that for a live festival. So I guess you can kind of make lemonade out of your lemons, right? So maybe we weren't able to do this live, but we were able to do something really special virtually as a result. So thank you so much to them for that amazing submission. So again, that was the Miyabi Ensemble from New York.
And that was all done by each of them
Individual.
recording their own piece individually and then put together. And they stayed together very well. It was wonderful, and we thank you so much for that.
Yeah, that's not easy to edit.
It is not.
It's not easy to synchronize in performance.
Right.
Especially when that is an entirely, it's a plucked string instrument.
It
Yeah.
is.
So, that was amazing work for, in case you didn't count, 22 individual performers.
Wow.
It was an amazing performance to witness, and virtually we all saw it together. That's
Yeah,
wonderful.
very cool. Actually, I've got a little anecdotal language thing I'd like to share before we go on to the next segment. So I know I said an approximate translation for that number would be sort of dreams, and I've got Yume no wa written out in front of me like you all do, sort of in English letters, right? So Japanese, if you know anything about the Japanese language, the written Japanese language, kanji are these characters that sort of look like little pictographs, right? And different kanji might sound the same, but they'll have different meanings. Now, because I was looking at wa in English letters, I was thinking of the conjunction wa and didn't realize it was a noun. Not that I can really read kanji either, but I thought it might be kind of interesting to explain that, because it is a really interesting language and very, very different than English and has a whole lot of letters. All right, so do you want to talk about Yasu Ishida?
Okay, when we're talking about amazing, well, we also have something amazing here. Yasu Ishida is a storyteller, a close-up magician, and an origami practitioner. I guess, that's kind of really hard to say just folder, because it's a little more art than folding. He's a master of fine arts. He's an award-winning magician. He's a graduate of the Chavez School of Magic, which I'm told is one of the premier schools of magic. And yes, that we are not talking Harry Potter here. This is actual, the stage and close-up magicians. He has performed with Disney in New York. He has performed with the National Cherry Blossom Festival in Washington, D.C. He has performed in a number of different locations. He is an award winner for his work. His website is www.yasuishida.com, and you can repeat that and spell it out, www.yasuishida.com. And I guess we're about to be amazed.
My name is Yasu. I'm originally from Japan, but I live in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. Today I want to share you a short story called Monkey. Hope you like it. There are 4 people in the family: mom, dad, 2 children, and also a pet monkey. One day they got in a car accident, but don't worry, it was just a fender bender. But the family was taken into hospital just in case. A poor pet monkey is left behind by the car. A police came to investigate cause of accident. I wonder what happened here. Oh, poor pet monkey. He's left behind by a car. I wish this monkey could talk. Kiki! Kiki, kiki, kiki! It seems like this monkey understands what I was saying. Hey monkey, do you understand me? Kiki! Kiki! Oh, great! Well, then let me ask you a question. Monkey, tell me, what was mother doing when accident happened? Kiki! She was sleeping. Maybe she was sleeping and driving. It could be a drowsy driving. Hey monkey, tell me, what was father doing when accident happened? Kiki! He was texting. Oh, he might got distracted. It could be a distracted driving. Hey monkey, tell me, what was 2 kids doing when accident happened? They were fighting? They were fighting. They might have distracted driver too. So let's see. Mom was sleeping, dad was texting, and the kids were fighting. I wonder what's the cause of the accident. Hey, by the way, monkey, what were you doing? Kee! Kee! Kiki! Papa! This is called tamasudare. It is actually a bamboo mat. And those bamboo mat is consist of bamboo sticks. This bamboo stick is tied 2 knots on each side. And we have 55 bamboo sticks here, 110 knots. Today, I want to perform this Japanese bamboo mat act, but I need your help. I'm going to sing a Japanese song, and there's a part I will say, sore, 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 sore. So when I say sore, 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 I want you to, in front of the screen, I want to say sore, 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 sore together. It means hooray, 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 hooray. Okay, ready? Let's start. Sore, 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 たんますだれ。これは不思議なたんますだれ。ちょいと伸ばして、ちょいと伸ばせば、それそれそれそれ。It's changing to a bamboo fishing rod. Fishing rod がお面に止まれば元へと返す。Going back. それそれそれそれ。たんますだれ。これは不思議なたんますだれ。ちょいと伸ばして、ちょいと返して、またまた返せば、It's changing to 神道 Shrines Gate. And 神道 Shrines Gate changing to Golden Gate Bridge. Golden Gate Bridge がお面に止まれば元へと返す Going back. それそれそれそれ。たんますだれ。This is the magical bamboo mat. Do you like this? do like this. Change into rainbow. Rainbow がお目に留まれば元へとかす going back あ、それそれそれそれタンマスだれこれは不思議なタンマスだれ do like this do like this and it's changing to bamboo fish net. I'm going to catch eels. Eel is my favorite sushi. Ara esa sa. Oh. No eels I can find, but I found a big fish. 土壌取れずにタイ取れた。これが本当におめでたい。おめでたいがchanging to Mount Fuji, the tallest mountain in Japan. Mount Fuji がお目に留まれば元へと返す Going back それそれそれそれタンマスだれこれは不思議なタンマスだれちょいと伸ばしてちょいと返せば It changing to two flags American flag and Japanese flag. Okay, this is the last one. Let's do sore sore together. Sore 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 sore. And then it's changed into fireworks. Has anyone done origami during this stay at home time? It's super fun and it kills lots of time. This sheet of paper is nothing. But this sheet of paper can be anything with your imagination. I want to tell you a story using origami. Hope you like it. Long time ago, there lived a boy whose name is Ken. Ken was a very curious boy. He always looked out from his window and look outside and looking for the next big adventure for him. And he knows the adventure he's looking for is on the mountain across the horizon. But he's a very patient person, so he waited and waited and waited. Nothing happened. So one day, he made a kite and let it fly high in the sky. And this kite went up into the high in the sky and it disappeared behind the mountain. Maybe something will happen. He was so excited, so he waited and waited and waited. Nothing happened. So another day, this time he made a spear and then he threw toward the mountain. And this spear went super fast toward the mountain. And when it reached to the mountain, it split the mountain in half. Maybe this time something gonna happen. So he waited. Nothing happened. He couldn't wait anymore. So he went outside and started walking toward the mountain. Walking. And he got to the mountain. He started climbing the mountain. On the halfway, he saw a beautiful waterfall. And then from there, he looked up top of the mountain and he saw his kite he sent was stuck on top of the mountain. And then wind blew into the kite into a different direction, like this. When he got to top of the mountain, he saw the biggest adventure he has been looking for. He found a baby dinosaur there. Roar, roar. And this baby dinosaur and Ken became the best friend and went on more and more big adventure together. origami use a square paper. But if you don't have origami paper, don't worry. We can make a square paper with the paper at home. So first of all, what you need is one of those two things. A print paper, or if you don't have it, you can use a notebook paper. Or any kind of paper actually works. So whatever paper you have, bring it to the session. So first I will explain how to make a square paper using copy paper, print paper like this. What we are going to do is we are going to find two straight edges next to each other. So it could be here and here, it could be here and here, it could be here and here, or it could be here and here. If you use notebook paper, it will be you cannot use all the corner because some of the corner is fuzzy and because you ripped the paper. But I will explain that later. But for now, let's use here and here. So bring this edge together. This edge will come in to meet this edge. Bring it here, and this lines up. Here. One more time. This edge, we are going to bring it here. Line up. Yep, so this lines up. And what we're going to do is use your scissors and we're going to cut it here. If you don't have scissors, you can probably make a crease here and make a different crease here, and you can try to rip here carefully. But I have scissors, so I will use scissors. Let's cut here straight line. And now you have square paper. And it doesn't have to be perfect. Look, it's not perfectly straight, but it works, so you can make. In this session, we're going to do maybe 4 or 5 origami. So maybe you should make like at least 4 or 5 so that you can totally participate in this session. If you have notebook paper, how do you make it happen? I will show you. So notebook paper, carefully rip apart. And they have fuzzy part here. But don't worry. All you have to do is same thing. Find 2 edge, straight edge together. So it could be next to each other, here and here, or here and here. So let's use here. And bring this edge to another straight edge. We cannot use this edge because it's not straight. So make it line up here. Straight edge to straight edge. So from here to here, like here. Okay, and what we are going to do is we are going to cut inside of this fuzzy line, straight line. So with scissors, inside of the fuzzy line, we're going to cut straight. And now you have a square paper from notebook. So please prepare the square paper and please pause the video if you are not ready to make 4 or 5 and make the origami paper. The next origami we are going to do is this. It's called Exploding Envelope, and it was created by Jeremy Schaefer, who is a great origami artist. And he gave me permission to teach. He has a great book, origami book. Please check his book and his YouTube out too. He has a great fun origami to teach. So let's get on to it. If you have origami paper, you have 2 sides, color side and white side. So put the white side up and rotate into diamond shape like this. I want you to look at the bottom corner and top corner. Bottom corner is going to meet all the way up to the top corner. And we are going to follow triangle. Okay, one more time. The square paper, we will rotate in diamond shape, white side up. The bottom corner is going to meet top corner. Okay, you have a triangle. Next, what we are going to do is open that triangle. Actually, open that triangle. Before that, open that triangle. Bring this top corner. They do 2 layer of corner here, right? One corner will comes all the way down. Go over this bottom line and make a small triangle. Small triangle here. And press it here. If you know the word parallel, this line should be parallel with this bottom line. So it should be distance from here and distance from here should be same. You see the small triangle here? You don't have to do this, but I will just draw for your sake. See, there is a small triangle here. Maybe with your finger, 2 fingers, little bit. Don't make it too small, but don't make it too big. You just experiment with it. Okay, now I want you to look at 2 triangles. Do you see big triangle here? Big one here. And I want you to look at this smaller triangle here. You don't have to draw this line again. I'm just drawing so that you can easily see. Imagine small triangle. I want you to look at big triangles. Left corner here. In this small triangles, right corner here. Do you see? Small triangles, right corner. And big triangles, left corner. Opposite corner. Not left to left. Not right to right. Left to right. Left and right. Do you see? Here and here. Here. Here and here. I want you to bring this big triangles left corner. I want you to touch the corner so that it's easier to understand. Where's the small triangles right corner? It's here. And where is the big triangles left corner? It's here. So I want you to bring big triangles left corner to small triangles right corner, right here. Let's bring it. And hold it here. Make sure this lines line up. Okay, one more time. Big triangles left corner is going to meet small triangles right corner here. See? Here, it match. Okay. If you have done that, bring it back and do the same thing for other corner. Big triangles right corner is going to meet this small triangles left corner. So bring it here. You need to make sure this line up. It's not like this, or it's not like this. We don't go over. This corner will meet corner right here. So it should like hugging each other. One more time. It's here. Make sure it lines up. Make sure its point is meet, not like this. This is go over, went over. This corner, it has to meet here. And here, and here. So hugging each other. And next step is going to be this corner is going to come and close this angle. Yeah? One more time. This corner is coming down here. Okay, last step. I want you to look at those 2 corners. Each corner has a pocket. Can you see? Pocket here and pocket here. I want you to put one corner's pocket into another corner's pocket here. And then put it here and close it. Okay, one more time. Maybe I will show you in this camera. There is corner has a pocket like here. So I want you to put corner's pocket, one corner into another corner's pocket like this. Here and close it. Okay, we're going to open this together. Hold thumb and index finger on the top and we are going to pull. But I just want to let you know, if we pull, it might get ripped. And my one get ripped so many times that I will show you how to fix it. So don't worry if you get ripped. So 1, 2, 3, up. And sometimes it's hard to open first time. But it opened like this. The message can come out here. And you can write the message in here. I just want you to let you know, it open like this. So if you write the message under this triangle here, it's not going to be seen because it's open like this. So you can draw anywhere in this white place, but not under this triangle. So you can write happy birthday, happy Mother's Day, happy Father's Day. You can draw anything. I'm not good at art, but I try. Happy Mother's Day. Something like this. You can totally draw. Make sure you don't draw on here. Okay, so many people ask, how do you bring it back? Bring it back to the thing. Oh, so before that, let me show you where I got ripped. So it got ripped here. Do you see the tape here? Yeah, I put the tape here and tape here. In order to make it this strong, put the tape here in the bottom corner so that you can use so many times. I have been using probably more than 200 times this one, but it's still good shape. And sometimes it get ripped here, so you can put tapes on the back too. Okay, another question, a good question is, how do you bring it back? Many people ask. Don't worry, it's already here. You have so many creases you made. You just have to do is follow that crease. So for example, from here, let's do a triangle, right? It's already have creases here, so it should be easy. And then crease down, and then right hug, left hug, and top goes down. Okay, one more time. Just
Oh.
But we're going to talk about the snacks first.
Okay. Well, apparently there are some technical difficulties with playing the video. We will look into that, and hopefully we'll be able to at least finish it for the people who are interested. If not, these videos are going to be collected and available through streaming through the Allen County Public Library's Cable Access Department, Access Fort Wayne. So you will be able to go to the Access Fort Wayne library or webpage on the library webpage and look it up and play it again. But we're looking to actually being able to play it in full at some point this afternoon.
Yeah, what we saw was definitely entertaining. And you can check out Mr. Ishida more at yasutheater.com. That's YASU Theater, TRE, theater.com. Now, you did catch us sort of in the middle of our snack break because we weren't expecting to be back on just yet. So we might as well show you what we're eating. We've got some senbei here. So senbei are Japanese rice crackers, and there are a lot of different kinds of these, but usually, I think you've got yours open. Do you want to get one out? Usually, it's a puffed rice cracker with some kind of seaweed around it flavored with soy sauce. And what do you think? Are those pretty good?
Very
Pretty
good.
tasty.
Yeah,
Tasty.
I like them. There's a lot of different kinds, so you can definitely get different varieties. Some of my favorite ones actually have sesame seeds in them. I know these don't, but and then we've also got haichu here, which is a chewy Japanese fruit flavored candy. I actually have a shirt that says haichu on it. I should have worn that. But these are a classic, and a lot of people who like Japanese snacks will know about those. Okay, so next up we've got the tea ceremony. Dorothy, do you want to talk about that?
Well, this is one of the most enjoyable parts of the Cherry Blossom Festival because you actually sit down and everything is explained to you as the tea ceremony commences. And this one is ritualized preparation and presentation of matcha, which is a powdered green tea, and it's demonstrated by Shea Otani, who lived in Goshen, Indiana. Ms. Otani began practice of tea ceremony in 1968. And she did it with the Ura Senke style in Kure City, Japan. This is the tea ceremony as recorded by Brian Scherschel, live at the 2019 Fort Wayne Cherry Blossom Festival. So enjoy, and the next time we meet, not virtually, but in person, make sure to come to this session of the tea ceremony.
Good afternoon, and thank you so much for coming to enjoy a taste of tea with us today. My name's Leslie. I'll be describing what you see happen on stage, and I will introduce the lovely ladies that study traditional Japanese tea ceremony. First, we have Yoshiko-san, Kei-san, Kyoko-san, Hiromi-san, Toshiko-san, Jun-san, Akiko-san, Yoko-san, and then our tea ceremony teacher in the Ura Senke tradition, Otani-sensei. So we'll start today with a bow together to our hosts. Japanese tea ceremony in Japanese is often called sado or chado. So maybe you've heard of other traditional Japanese activities like kendo or judo or kado. All those end in the word do, which ends up actually meaning the way. So these art forms are elevated a little bit above a hobby. We're hoping to take some of the ideals of these hobbies into our daily life. We're kind of living this lifestyle. And some tenets important in Japanese tea ceremony are wa, kei, sei, and jaku. So harmony, purity, tranquility, and respect. We try to personify those things in the tea room by maybe seeing a flower arrangement that suits the season, by noticing the utensils that were carefully chosen for the guest, and then just also knowing overall that the host is aiming always to please the guest. So just as the host has a prescribed protocol to follow, you as a guest, when you drink tea, will have some rules to follow as well. So when we take a sip, I will let you know what those are. No pressure. So the art of chado, as we know it currently, goes back about 800 years. So Zen Buddhist monks once traveled to China to get some tea to fill their bellies. They took it back to Japan to grow, where we kind of saw it evolve into this art form that you're seeing on stage. Was originally done by men, male Buddhist monks, kind of for the samurai classes, and then eventually it kind of trickled down to the merchant classes and to normal people like you and I. Tea wasn't always something just to drink for pleasure, and in tea ceremony, when we give you a bowl of tea, we say, "Ocha wi fuku o sashiagemasu." So I'm going to give you a dose of tea. So reminding that it tastes a little bit more like medicine maybe to some people, a little bit bitter. So that's why we have to enjoy a sweet to sort of sweeten our mouth before we drink tea. It may taste a touch like medicine, but it is very good for you, so keep that in mind. And I think a lot of people just like the flavor too. So all the utensils that Kei-san is using to whip up a bowl of tea are really pretty much treasures, all coming from certain family businesses that have been around for many, many generations, specializing in creating some of these treasures for tea ceremony. And when I was a student of tea in Japan, my teacher had a chaire, a utensil to put the tea in that she had to take an insurance policy out on. It was such a priceless treasure. So for you guests that will be drinking tea from a bowl, there's a little bit of a protocol like I mentioned earlier. Don't be nervous, you can do this. So go ahead and bow. And then you're going to pick up the tea bowl in your right hand and place it into your left palm. You're also going to kind of give a little kansha, a small little bow to the cup of tea, kind of thanking the growers of the tea, the folks that ground the tea, and the people that made the bowl, everybody that worked so hard to create this bowl of tea for you. Then, once you've said thanks to your tea, you're going to turn it 2 times clockwise. And that is often because tea bowls are priceless heirlooms, and we want to avoid drinking out of the decorative side. Once you've spun, you can drink. And unlike in America, when you're done, go ahead and make a big slurp, because that's going to tell your host that you are all done with your bowl without using any words. And then she will know to have her assistant come and pick it up. So the style of tea ceremony you're seeing today is the ryurei style, this seated style. Traditionally, we would have you all squeezed into a little mountain hut, personifying that wabi-sabi style. So it's something of simplicity and elegance. And we would all be seated on our knees, losing the feeling in our feet. So I'm glad we each have a chair. But these prescribed ways of making tea are really just passed down from teacher to student. So nothing's really written, it's just the sensei passing down that information. So there's thousands of ways to make tea, making tea for royalty, making tea at night by light of candle. all these prescribed ways to do things, and they say when you become a true master, you get to break all the rules, do whatever you want. But I'm not there yet, so. I'd like to say also that if you are watching and enjoying and any questions come up, feel free to raise your hand, and we will do our best to answer your questions. So I mentioned before that the guest-host relationship is kind of one of the most important things when we enjoy tea ceremony together. So everything that Kay is doing is for the guest to enjoy. So we all hope you're enjoying. Pick up, turn 2 times, and then you can drink. So somebody asked a question about this particular style of tea ceremony. We study under the Urasenke school. There are 2 other branches that also perform tea ceremony, albeit in a different way. So I think there's another school called Omoto Senke where they take very tiny steps as a part of their process. In Urasenke, when we whisk the tea, we make a lot of frothy bubbles for you to enjoy, and other schools maybe just make a few bubbles. So it looks a little bit more like regular green tea. So a lot of differences to really kind of perform some of the same ideals. So at this rather informal chakai or tea gathering, we are just drinking usucha, the thin tea that we enjoy from our own bowl. But in more formal settings, where we would have a whole meal together, a stroll around the garden, we drink koicha as well, which is a super dense, thick tea mixed in one bowl that's passed around the room. Again, kind of uniting those guests together. In tea ceremony, we talk about an idea called Ichigo Ichie, one moment, one opportunity, just personifying the idea that we'll never be able to recreate this experience again. So it's worth our time to enjoy every moment we have because it's not going to repeat itself. So as we wrap up, we'll say goodbye to our guests with a bow. And as you make your way out to enjoy the rest of the festival, there will be regular green tea brewed from leaves outside. And then we'll also have a taste of matcha, the ground tea that we serve in tea ceremonies for you to try as well. So enjoy. Thank you so much for coming.
After a short break, there will be a music performance in the gallery.
Okay.
All right. And make sure and come next time in May to the Cherry Blossom Festival 2022. Right?
Yeah, wow.
And do that in person. And the tea is wonderful. Thank you.
Now, the tea ceremony itself, that is only a small part of the whole thing surrounding the tea ceremony, because this was something quite unique in Japanese culture at the time. There would be built a small building out away from everything else. There would be, and you would enter this building through a low door, so you had to bow and crawl into the building. And of course, a samurai had to leave their swords outside. You know, it was very sparse. There may be a piece of art, and otherwise it was you, whoever was performing the tea ceremony, and possibly another guest. It was, you know, a time and a place of peace, tranquility, and reflection. And the whole process of performing the tea ceremony is an integral part of it, but it also represents the whole ethos of peace that this whole ceremony was intended to represent. Now, again, we'd like to mention our sponsors and supporters, those people who very generously help with their time and funds to make this Cherry Blossom Festival a possibility, not only this year, but most years. We have to thank the Allen County Public Library because we use their facilities, and this year we also thank the Access Fort Wayne, the cable station that we are using right now, sitting in the middle of one of their studios. We also need to thank Wayne 15 TV, our media sponsor. We definitely need to thank Chuck and Lisa Surak with Sweetwater Music Instruments and Pro Center. They've been a longtime supporter of the Cherry Blossom Festival. FFC Adams LLC, Continental Structural Plastics, Petroleum Traders, the Chapman Fund, Ford Meter Box, and Ohio Kimono. We thank all of you for your assistance and look forward to being able to name you again next year. Okay. Let's see.
So I believe we've got
Yes.
the end of that video that we kind of had to abruptly cut.
Yes, I believe we have that all re-queued, and we're going to pick it up from about where technical difficulties caused it to stop.
So again, the performer on that one was Yasu Ishida, who is a magician, and he was in the middle of showing us how to do a little bit of origami. So if you were following along, you can pick that origami up and jump right back in now.
Let me show you where I got ripped. So it got ripped here. Do you see the tape here? Yeah, I put the tape here and tape here. In order to make it this strong, put the tape here in the bottom corner so that you can use so many times. I have been using probably more than 200 times this one, but it's still good shape. And sometimes it get ripped here, so you can put tapes on the back too. Okay, another question, a good question is, how do you bring it back? Many people ask. Don't worry, it's already here. You have so many creases you made. You just have to do is follow that crease. So for example, from here, let's do a triangle, right? It's already have creases here, so it should be easy. And then crease down, and then right hug, left hug, and top goes down. Okay, one more time. Just follow the crease. Triangle, and then this paper wants to come down, so let that come down. Right hug, left hug. Okay, and then put it together, and you are ready to do your message. Exploding Envelope by Jeremy Schaefer. Next origami we're going to do is penguin. And this penguin is can talk. It's called Paku Paku Penguin. Paku Paku is onomatopoeia from Japanese word, and it has the sound of that opening mouth. It's onomatopoeia, so Paku Paku Penguin. And this is made by Isamu Sasagawa. Isamu Sasagawa is a great YouTube origami artist that I got the special permission to teach this for you guys, and he has a really great action origami, so please check his YouTube out. Okay, so if you have a paper, and if you have a different color paper, white side up, actually this one is color side up, and turn this origami into diamond shape. We are going to go triangle. White triangle, and open this up. If you're done with triangle, I want you to turn this origami again to diamond shape, so the crease line is vertical like this, and we are going to make another triangle, bottom to top. So we just do what we did is one triangle, rotate it, and do another triangle. Good. Okay. So now you should have this cross line, and what we're going to do is bring the top corner to meet at the middle. Here. And we're going to follow here. And this line and this line should be parallel. That means distance here and distance here is same. This one is a little tricky, but what we're going to do is bring bottom corner not to the middle line, not to the top line though, but actually he said in his YouTube it said 1 centimeters, but 1 centimeter is like, look how this pinky, my side of pinky is like 1 centimeters. You will leave little bit space here. Maybe I will show it close to that. Not all the way up. You will leave little bit space here. Yeah, and you will fold it here. Make sure this line is parallel to here. So this line and this line should be parallel, all parallel. Okay, and turn it over. Oh, actually, before turning it over, okay, what we are going to do is bring this line to the middle. Bring this line to the middle. So it's just bringing it to the middle here, and bringing the other corner into the middle. So it should have like rectangle shape right now. Here, and here. Rectangle. And I want you to turn this over. And this part, it looks little different, but don't worry. it will end up really well. What we are going to do is bring this corner, this line, right line, into the middle line here. So we are going to fold it here. But while you're folding it here, the triangle will come, which is good thing. So let it will be a fin, origami, the penguin's fin. So it's going to fold here, like here. Don't fold that triangle inside. Just let it triangle come here. And bring this corner into the middle. This corner, this left line into the middle line. Okay, so let's recap that step one more time. You close it and flip it over and bring this line and this line into the middle. So bring the line and triangle comes out and bring this line to the middle. Here. Okay, we are almost done. Almost done. And flip this over. What we are going to do is, this is a crease line here. We are going to make sure this is the mountain fold. This is the mountain fold. So this should be a mountain fold. And what we're going to do is open this up. And this is a weird part. It's a unique part, but please bear with me and be patient. This corner and this corner is going to go against each other. Don't fold it. Don't fold here. Don't fold here. All you have to do is put this corner go against. Let it stand like this. Like, can you see? So there's a two corner here. Just let it stand like this. Yeah. Let it go stand. Don't fold here. Don't fold here. And what we're going to do is we're going to fold this back into a shape and fold this line back to the mountain fold, valley fold, and here. And it's becoming a penguin. We're going to fold this corner back. Well, maybe that part was a little bit difficult, so one more time. Open this up and go. This goes against each other. And this is mountain fold. This is mountain fold. Valley fold. We'll just have to put it together. It should come this shape. And we are going to fold this corner back. And fold this corner back. And now it's done. If you bring it like here, and then if you push it back, this crease line, it will move your mouse beak. Penguin.
Okay, well,
All right.
and thanks to Yasu Ishida, and thanks to our technical staff in the control room that were able to pick that back up again.
Yeah, glad to be able to see the rest of it.
Mm-hmm.
It's very clever. Yes, and we're trying to fold it about. By the time I got the square paper, he was all done.
Yeah, so I'm just making something else I know how to make. We'll see if I remember. Okay, so next up.
This is Wolfgang again. Did you realize that he was also in the Taiko Drummers as well? And he not only played the drums very beautifully, but also did the dance at the end. So here's Wolfgang. I first heard him a couple of years ago at a party for the New Year's party and found out that he is a self-taught shakuhachi player. And this is an amazing thing because when I went to Japan and bought one, I could hardly make a sound out of it.
Now, what's a shakuhachi?
A shakuhachi is made out of bamboo, and it's a long flute like this, about this big. And a lot of times, the story is the samurai would carry it in their
Belts or
belts, yeah. And if someone would come, then they had a weapon too, because it's very strong. So better watch out for them too. And but he is self-taught with this wonderful instrument, and so when I heard him play, I couldn't believe it, because it's very, very difficult to play this instrument. So you're going to be in for a treat with what he can do. He also plays the shamisen, which is I think he also played that in the taiko drummers. Mm-hmm. And it looks like a banjo, doesn't it? Sounds like a banjo. Mm-hmm. And fun to hear. So he's been playing these for about 4 years. And during the quarantine, Wolfgang has been spending his time playing his instruments in the local parks and recording projects with other local artists. So he's been sharing a lot of his talent with us. And so please welcome Wolfgang Young.
Hello, everyone. I'm Wolfgang Young, and I'm a self-taught shamisen player, shakuhachi player, and shinobue player. And I want to share with you what I've been working on over quarantine. This next piece is my version, a much more lively, upbeat version of Sakura Sakura. Hey! This next piece is my version of Kojo no Tsuki on shakuhachi. All right, this next piece will be an improvisation on my shinobue. All right, my last piece will be an improvisation on shamisen. And as I get going, I'd just like to thank Cherry Blossom for inviting me to record this for everyone. I'm so happy to be sharing music again and performing. And without further ado, my last piece. Thank you.
Thank you to Wolfgang for a fabulous performance. It's amazing to think that a lot of those were improvised. What talent. So thank you again for recording those. We're going to take a moment here to tell you about what we're wearing. So what I'm wearing, I think most people would probably think this is a kimono, but it's actually called a yukata, Y-U-K-A-T-A, if you want to look that up. It's a lighter, kind of like a summer, slightly less formal version of the very heavy kimono. But it does share the obi, which is this piece around my waist here. Now, for those of you, for anyone Japanese or anyone who knows about kitsuke out there, I have to admit, I put this on myself, and it was my first time doing it, so I know I didn't do a great job. So please don't judge me harshly, but I will put this microphone down and do a little turn for you so you can see the back of the obi and the sleeves of the yukata as well. Dorothy, you're up.
All right. Now, this is a jacket, and it also has pants that go with it, and it's called a haori. And my cousin, who is from Japan, went to a Vogue School of Design in Chicago and made this for me. And it doesn't have the long sleeves, but it just has this kind of look to it. And it's also tied together here. And mainly the difference between a Japanese garment for a woman, we put left over right, whereas we put right over left here in this country. So it's a little different, but that's the tradition. And it has a pocket in it, only one pocket, but very comfortable. So we now have Terry.
Okay, this is also a hayori, a men's styled hayori. You can see the sleeves are not quite as long there, and it only goes down to just into the thighs. And yes, it is supposed to be open across the front. I feel like I'm wearing a jacket that's entirely too small, but this is actually the style. This here across the front here is called a hayori himo, which translates to basically a hayori string, and is a decorative piece that runs across the hayori and keeps it from falling open. Now, this can be a semi-formal, as in a business attire, or a very formal look, depending on the shirt wearing underneath. I was told that if I wore white or black, it would be the equivalent of wearing a tuxedo. Or otherwise people would ask, where was the wedding or where was the funeral? So otherwise we would wear a very bright color. I'm wearing the closest to pink that I have as a shirt. And so this would be my informal, sort of semi-formal business look. As you can see, the sleeve comes down to the pocket on the side and comes down to about here. Now, historically, these are very plain because of sumptuary laws dating back a couple of hundred years. To get around that, and I don't have one because it was too small, men would have scenes painted on the inside across the back. So they could show them off, but they would still remain under the sumptuary laws. They would also have very brightly colored underwear, as I was told. So anyways, this is a men's hayori, and I'm very glad I purchased this through one of our supporters, Ohio Kimono, and so if you're interested in something like this, go talk to them. And now I believe we have another presentation.
Thank you, Terry. So I just want to point out that while normally in Japan people wear Western style clothing now, you will see stuff like this if you go to like a summer festival or a special event. Some people do wear kimono to weddings and special events like that as well. So I might wear something like this, which I actually pilfered this from my first cousin. I might wear something like this if I were going to a summer festival in Japan or a cherry blossom festival, actually. So it's very appropriate for this. Next up, we've got Dan Quinn. Now, Dan is also on the committee of the Cherry Blossom Festival. He really takes charge and organizes a lot of the music, and he is just a fantastic performer, fantastic guy. A couple of fun facts about Dr. Dan Quinn. He maintains an active performing and teaching career. He has been performing as a soloist in countries including Canada, Japan, and the United States for the past 30 years. And he's an instructor of guitar at universities such as Indiana University, Huntington College, the University of St. Francis, and the Tokyo College of Music. He currently teaches at St. Mary's College and the Holy Cross College in Notre Dame, Indiana, and at the University of Indianapolis. And Dan completed his doctoral degree in guitar performance and literature at the Indiana University School of Music in 2003. I have had the pleasure of performing with Dan several times, and I'm really excited to hear his 3 selections for us today, which are the Sakura Theme and Variations by Yukijiro Yoko, A Fountain by Takayuki Oguri, and Wind Color Vector by Takashi Yoshimatsu. And it looks like all 3 of these selections are from the 20th century. So now presenting Dr. Dan Quinn. So we will try to circle back and catch the rest of that performance by guitarist Dr. Dan Quinn. What we heard was excellent, right?
Absolutely, of course.
So hopefully we'll get to hear the rest of that. And now it looks like we've got a little bit of an encore.
Yes. We were so enjoying the piece from the Miyabi Ensemble. Actually, it was the solo piece by the founder of the school. And I don't have her name on.
Let me pull that up for you. Masayo Ishigure.
Masayo Ishige, playing the koto. And I'm looking forward to repeating that performance for people who couldn't get to listen to it or watch it for the first time.
So this one is Tori no Yoni, or like a bird.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Number 5?
Number 5, yes. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
How long is this one now?
It's only like 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Yay.
Very nice. So again, that was the Miyabi Ensemble, and that was the founder of the ensemble, whose name is Masayo Ishigure. on koto, which is that floor harp. Now, one thing that I neglected to mention earlier was Dr. Dan Quinn's website. If you'd like to hear more of him, he was the guitarist, is danquinnguitar.com, and that's Quinn with 2 N's. Now, I'd like to go over to Dorothy to talk about something that unfortunately we can't really present to you virtually, which is food.
We usually have a whole team of food vendors with us, and I'd like to have you go and to their places now because they're pretty much open. Okay, so we had West Coast Grill, who's on Calhoun, and Foshi, which is here on Jefferson. Bamboo Gardens, they're up north somewhere.
Maple Crest Road.
Maple Crest Road, okay.
Maple Crest on by St. Joe Center.
Okay, thank you. And Kono Ice, they're on a truck, so they kind of move around, a lot. But you'll find them, and they were wonderful. And also, Woo's Oriental Grocery, which is over there off of Clinton, is it?
It's actually behind the strip mall that has the Half Price Books. It's on the street behind it, and it's kind of down the hill.
Well, and then also it's near Joanne Fabrics.
Across the street,
Yeah.
literally.
In the Coliseum area, right?
That area.
Yeah.
So when you come next year, they will be live and ready to go. So, but do go to their stores and places now, too.
Absolutely.
Yes, they're wonderful.
So now I'd like to introduce our next act, which is actually me and some friends. Yes, okay. Oh, the Dan Quinn? Okay, so it looks like we're going to be going back and catching the last 5 minutes that got clipped off of guitarist Dr. Dan Quinn's performance. So let's go back and hear that now.
We're glad we were able to present the final of Dan's piece there. And kudos to our tech staff in the control room for making that happen.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, so next up, we've got a trio in which I'm singing, and then we've got a baritone and a pianist. So let me tell you a little bit about the performers, and then I'd like to bring Dorothy in a little bit to talk about this piece, because she was integral to the acquisition of the score. So I teach at the Purdue School of Music. I have a Master of Music from the University of Michigan and a Bachelor of Music from the University of Southern California. And I perform throughout the Midwest. I also founded Opera on Tap Fort Wayne recently. And the reason I founded that group is because of Ko Kaiden, who is the baritone in this song cycle. He runs Opera on Tap up in Ann Arbor, where I'm from. He's from Kamakura, Japan, and he moved to New York City several decades ago to play oboe in Broadway productions, and that's where he fell in love with singing, and so he learned how to sing classically and has now performed more than 50 operatic roles. Finally, we've got Gina Kam, who actually works with Dr. Quinn at St. Mary's College. And Gina is a classical pianist, pedagogue, and art administrator. She has a DMA in piano performance and pedagogy from the University of Iowa, and she has played throughout the Midwest, Asia, and Europe as a soloist and a chamber musician. So that's our ensemble here. Now, our piece is by Yoshinao Nakada, and it's called A Wooden Spoon, and it's a song cycle. So it's a series of songs that tell the story of this young couple that's beginning their married life together. Now, Dorothy, how did you get this score in the first place?
Well, it was hidden in my archive of music, which is quite vast. And I said, oh my goodness, this is something that my teacher here at IPFW, when I was getting my master's, had given me after they went to Japan to do some concertizing. And this is Dr. Joseph Myers and his wife, Violette Myers. And so when I discovered this piece, I said, oh my goodness, Elena, this young, beautiful lady with a beautiful voice, must do this sometime. So I gave it to you.
Yeah, so the ensemble, we were going to perform it last year at the Cherry Blossom Festival that was canceled.
Right.
And so we were pretty disappointed about that, but we are excited to be able to bring that to you now. And this is actually I wasn't able to find another recording of this piece. So I think this is probably going to be the only readily available version that you will hear. So I hope you enjoy Nakada's A Wooden Spoon.
石の実あれの我の少女期と呼びき
しないし言葉探しに出てゆけば気の飼い裏の風には青し
君のため隣町まで買いに行く小さな古い木のさじ一つテーブルはいつも大地とつながっているそれは根のある木のようにテーブルはいつも豊かに広がっているそれは二人の土地だから
テーブルはいつも食事に満ち溢れているそれは私の夜の役目テーブルにやがて子供を実らせましょうそれは二人の約束だからそれは二人の夢だ
うすぐ秋が来る気配夜更け二階のどこかをお前が歩くその足音がこだまする僕は本を閉じ開花を歩くただ意味もない足音で二人は響き合っている妻の悲しみは一日も早く汚してしまった方がいいそうして洗濯機で洗ってしまうのさ僕はよく見かける洗濯物と一緒に風にはためいている妻たちの白い悲しみ
小さなゆりかご買ってきて青麦畑に置く心まだ空っぽのゆりかごに
いつも妻は台所にいる。いつも妻はスープを運んでいる。いつも妻は戸口に立っている。いつも妻は編み物している。いつも妻は買い物に行っている。いつも妻は洗濯している。いつも同じことの繰り返し、いつも変わらぬ暮らしを繰り返し繰り返し、いつも妻はいるから、いつも気がつかぬ。いつもいないはずの仕事場の戸口に不意に妻が立っている。まるで何年も前からのように微笑んだりするが、よく見るといなくて、ドアは風に開いたり閉じたりしている。いつも妻は家のどこかにいて、いつも妻は消える。妻よ悲しき家の亡霊よ、妻よ変わりなき愛のしもべよ、ふとこの静けさが恐ろしい。
ポツンとじゃん二人は男の子、時は5月。ある日ポツンがいました。ワニを食べたいね、素敵なワニをね。
ポツンとじゃん二人は男の子、時は5月。二人はワニを祭りに来て、釣りと垂らした井戸の中、井戸の中。
ポツンとじゃん二人は男の子、時は5月。まるまる1年経ったけど、ワニを釣れなくて悲しいお話、悲しいお話。お腹がすいた。
夏が来ると妻を置いて旅に出たくなる一人で旅に出たくなるどんなに妻を愛していてもどこか遠くへ行きたくなる夏が来ると妻にも言わず旅に出たくなるわけもないのに胸騒ぎして見知らぬ土地に憧れる幸せとはむごいもの心の中で海割れてもすべてよはこともなしこともなし
悲しくなった時は海を見に行く古本屋の帰りは海を見に行くあなたが病気なら海を
テーブルから立ち上がると締めに行く戸の外でモズが鳴いている戸の外は秋の木枯らしテーブルに戻ってくる石油コンロが顔を照らす新聞を開くお湯が沸く二人は黙っている10月よあとなる日の誓い妻は毛糸玉に地球を巻いて人間の歴史のようにいすがらいすから動かない
Yes.
Thank you, Elena. This is one of the reasons why the Cherry Blossom Festival exists. It's to bring music and talent that we normally wouldn't get a chance to hear or experience to people who may not even be aware that it exists, but would be interested because it does have a connection with Japan. So it was very nice. And speaking of which, something else that people may not be aware of is a old Japanese storytelling tradition, and Dorothy Kataka is not only going to explain it, but she is going to perform one of these presentations. So, Dorothy?
Well, this is my pleasure to be able to do this for you because this is something I just discovered right before I retired from teaching. After 47 years of teaching, I finally found out that since I was born in the United States, I had never heard of Kamishibai stories until Alan Say, the author of this book, came to Fort Wayne, and I met him, and he autographed this book for me. And I was been very, very interested in that. If you can see the picture, the Kamishibai man in about 1930 to 1950 or so would go out into the streets in the neighborhood and call out with his clappers, and the children would come running over because he also had candy at the back of his bicycle and a theater, just like I have too. And he would tell stories, and they would love to buy the candy, and if you bought the candy, you could sit up front, and if not, you could sit in the back, but still listen to the stories. So the Kamishibai man, however, was kind of had his job taken away because of someone from Fort Wayne, Indiana. And guess what happened? Well, Philo Farnsworth invented the television set. And pretty soon, the poor Kamishibai men that had their living made by this had no jobs anymore because all the children were watching television instead, just like we did at home. Well, now there is a resurgence of the Kamishibai coming back. And in fact, in your Allen County Public Library, you have some of these stories. And the stories are called paper theater. And what it is it looks like a television set. I'll give this to you. Thank you. And they're full of paper, and I read the last sheet and take the next one out, and you see another picture. And so, as we go along, you can see how this will happen and how popular it got for our children here in Fort Wayne. I had them write their own Kamishibai stories and also made up music in music class as well. So this is how he would call the children to the Kamishibai story. Kamishibai time. How the years were named. This is a very old story. It takes place in a country named China. One day, a voice called out from the emperor's palace, "Animals, come to the emperor's palace." The ears of the cat twitched as it lay napping on a roof in the sun. Oh, that was the wizard. He always makes important decisions for the emperor. I wonder what he's going to announce today. "Animals, come to the emperor's palace." Oh, I'm tired. I think I'll sleep just a little longer. So the cat dozed off. "Animals, come to the emperor's palace." The first animals burst through the clouds and kept leaping down to the ground. It was the dragon. The pig, the tiger, the horse, the ox all came running too. Well, well, sheep, dog, rooster, rabbit, monkey, and snake. You're all here too. Don't forget me, Mr. Wizard. Are you there too, Mouse? You're so tiny, I didn't even see you. Now, how many animals have gathered here? Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Why, that's just the right number. Meow. Well, Mr. Gatekeeper, I'm here too. Let me in. Well, I'm sorry, Cat. You're too late. The other animals came on time, and we only need 12. Because the cat was late, he was not allowed to join the others. The wizard began to speak to the gathering animals. "The emperor has decided to give each year the name of an animal, and I have chosen your names. One year will be called the Year of the Dragon, another the Year of the Ox, and so on." "Year of the Dragon? That sounds great!" But one thing that hasn't been decided yet is the order of the names. So we are going to have a race to my home on Wizard Mountain. The names of the years will be assigned in order you finish, 1st through 12. On your mark, get ready, get set, go! Run to my home on Wizard Mountain. The wizard sent the animals off, and then waving his magic wand, shouted a command. Magic cloud, come and take us to Wizard Mountain. The wizard had the emperor and his guard get on the magic cloud with him. Let us watch the race, Your Majesty, as we make our way to my home. We're up so high, I'm afraid. The guard held on tightly to the cloud, but the emperor was thrilled. What a grand sight! The view from the cloud is wonderful. But I must say, wizard, we all know who is going to win the race. The dragon is sure to come in first, and the tiger second. But, Your Majesty, we can never know what is going to happen until the race is finished. You're probably right. Look, what's going on down there? Roar, went the dragon. Grrr, went the tiger. The dragon swooped down from the sky and whack, slapped the tiger with his tail. The tiger held on to the dragon's body with his sharp teeth. Oh, hey, I'm not going to let you go. Get to the mountain. I'm going to get to the mountain first. Now, roar. Don't think I'm going to let you get there first either. Roar. The snake found itself caught in the middle of the fight. Stop! You're crushing me. Stop! But the dragon and the tiger ran around and faster and raising a terrible hubbub. What's going on here? Why, it's the ox has been passed by the dragon and the tiger, and the rabbit is close behind. What could that be, Your Majesty? And there's something hanging from the tail of the ox. Look, guard, there's something more interesting going on over there with the mouse, the monkey, and the rooster. They stopped running and climbed up a tree. I wonder why. And all of a sudden, the monkey and the rooster took giant leaps from top of the tree to get to the others. Oh my goodness. Beautiful. And look, here's the horse and sheep almost running together. And right behind them is the pig. Here comes the rabbit. And right behind him is the dog. But moments later, the sheep, who had been running right behind the horse, bleated out, "Bah, bah, I'm too tired. Go ahead, don't wait for me, horse. You've been doing so well up to now, sheep. Don't give up." The dog called out, running after the pig. "Arf, arf, arf! Don't go that way!" But the pig charged ahead and missed the turn. As the race continued, the wizard commanded the magic cloud to fly faster and faster, and he and the emperor reached Wizard Mountain ahead of the animals. The ox came charging at the head of the group. "Boo! I'm first!" But just then, the mouse, who had been hanging from the ox's tail, leaped off and landed right in front of him. "No, I'm first. But I wouldn't be here if it weren't for the ride on your tail, ox. Thank you." So in fact, the ox came in second. Third place went to the tiger, the fourth to the rabbit, and the dragon came in fifth, and the snake sixth. The horse was seventh, and the sheep was eighth. The wizard spoke kindly to each of the animals. "Poor snake, that was a terrible time you had. And sheep, you really did do a good job." Well, the wizard was right. We can never be certain of the result until the end. Soon all 12 animals had finished the race and were standing in a circle around the emperor in the order they had come. Now, the orders of the years have been decided. Let's see. Do you remember the name of the first year? That's right. It's the mouse. The next is, oh, yes, the ox, and then the tiger, the rabbit, and the dragon, and next, that's right, it's the snake. And the snake is followed by, that's right, the horse, sheep, monkey, rooster, dog, and pig. And the pig apologized to the dog. I'm sorry, dog. You came near the end because of me. That's all right. Even though I have to wait, the year of the dog will always come around. Each of us will get a turn. And that's the story of how the 12 animals were chosen for the names of the years. Do you know the name of this year and what it will be next year? Does anybody know? Stay tuned. Oh, I'll tell you. It's the year of the ox, and next year will be the tiger. Every 12 years, the cycle remains. And that is the story of how the years were named. Thank you.
Thank you, Dorothy. That is only one of the many presentations that you have available, and at some future time we'll have you on again with another one.
Well, thank you.
Mm-hmm. At this time, we'd like to again thank our sponsors, without whom this whole afternoon would not have been possible. First of all, we want to thank the Allen County Public Library. Their support has always been a major factor of being able to put this event on year after year. And this year, especially the Access Fort Wayne Department in offering us the facilities to produce this program. We also want to thank Wayne 15 TV, our media sponsor. Most especially Chuck and Lisa Surak of Sweetwater Music Instruments and Pro Center, FCC Adams LLC, Continental Structural Plastics, Petroleum Traders, the Chapman Fund, Ford Meter Box, and Ohio Kimono. I want to thank all of you for being the our backup, our support that makes this all possible. Okay. So.
Absolutely. Thank you so much to our sponsors and to all of you who are viewing out there. We've got another great, this is actually one of our last offerings for today. And this is from another one of the Cherry Blossom Festival committee members. Now this is a little bit different. This is from Brian Scherschel. And let me tell you a little bit about Brian. He is the creator, editor, director, and host at Kaiju Vision Radio. And kaiju is like monster in Japanese. He loves classic and foreign films. He plays violin. He's got a Master's of Public Administration from the School of Public and Environmental Affairs at Indiana University, Bloomington, and a BA in Political Science from Wabash College. His favorite subjects include NATO, the European Union, European history, globalization, urban American history, and of course, Godzilla, which is what he's going to be talking about today. He's going to be giving a presentation entitled The Original Japanese Masterpiece Still Reigns Supreme. So now over to Brian.
Welcome to a special episode of Kaiju Vision, a podcast and YouTube channel about the appreciation of kaiju and tokusatsu movies and discovering their historical and cultural value. bringing you film reviews with an emphasis on international affairs and the history and culture of Japan. I'm Brian Scherschel, and I'm from Fort Wayne, and Kaiju Vision has been made here since its creation in 2017. I received my master's in international relations at Indiana University Bloomington's O'Neill School of Public Affairs. I am here at the online celebration of the 2021 Cherry Blossom Festival to say hello to the listeners and fans and talk about one of my favorite subjects, Godzilla. My comments represent my own views and are not intended to represent the views of the Cherry Blossom Festival or the Japanese American Association of Indiana. Kaiju Vision is different from every other Godzilla podcast because this one's about what the Japanese were thinking when they made these movies and what the Japanese audience thought when they saw these movies. To me, it's about connecting kaiju movies to the real world rather than fanboying out just like other Godzilla podcasts and YouTube channels already do. I go and find the deeper meaning, which is what I think is really special about these movies. I'm going to talk about the very first Godzilla film from 1954, which I encourage everyone to see, especially if you're interested in things that are Japanese. This one still reigns supreme over the rest of the movies in the franchise, and why I think so is the topic of this talk. I'm going to talk about this movie in a different way than a lot of people do. Everyone already knows about the basic symbolism of Godzilla and how it represents nuclear warfare, but there are some things that fewer people know that I think are especially fascinating. First, why is there an offensive military in this movie at a time when Japan only had a small self-defense force? They had lost their military 9 years before this, and the military in the movie is unfettered by Article 9 of the Japanese Constitution. This article outlaws Japan's use of war to settle international disputes. Armed forces with war potential will not be maintained. What is the symbolism behind this? It shows how useless Japan's military was against the United States in the war. They are no match for Godzilla. It's also commenting on how Japan was stripped of military power during the war. By depicting it, you're commenting on its absence. In 1954, the same year that the first Godzilla movie was released, the Self-Defense Forces were created under the Self-Defense Forces Act. The JSDF is still in existence today after all these years. In a short time, Japan went from having an aggressive and offensive military to having a defense force that isn't usually referred to as a military. The U.S. military is still the largest military force in Japan, and the United States is paid $2 billion a year by Japan for this protection. The self-defense forces primarily help Japan by performing disaster relief operations like during the 2011 earthquake, tsunami, and nuclear meltdowns. Next, we know about the atomic bomb symbolism in the movie, but is there something else in the movie that symbolized something that's maybe not mentioned as much? The damage Godzilla causes in Tokyo symbolizes the Tokyo firebombing more than the radioactivity of the aftermath of the atomic bombings. This isn't mentioned as much, but deserves to be mentioned. More Japanese people experienced that than the nuclear bombings. During the firebombing, 80,000 to 130,000 civilians were killed, and over 1 million were made homeless. This is compared to 108,000 dying in the atomic bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. It is Tokyo burning that we see, after all. I see the atomic bombings being mentioned far more often than the firebombing of Tokyo, but it is important to make sure that these events are mentioned in tandem. Additionally, in the first movie, Godzilla's breath is much more like smoke. This is a reference to the smoke caused by the firebombing. The bombs that were used contained napalm, and some even contained gelled gasoline. The bombings created a firestorm, which made many civilians die from smoke inhalation. Next, what is the significance of the scene with the woman and her children that is absent from the 1956 American version of this movie? It's not just a scary moment, it has historical context. It's a comment on the targeting of Japanese civilians during the war. The U.S. took these measures because of Japan's refusal to surrender until so much time had passed and all of the destruction that occurred. But that's why it was cut for the American version, along with almost everything else political and many historical references. It's difficult to talk about the history behind the first Godzilla movie without addressing the reasons for Japan's surrender. Japan did not surrender just because of the atomic bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. A big reason why Japan surrendered is because the Soviet Union was invading Japan at the time. Starting on August 8, 1945, Soviet forces began invading the northern islands of Japan. The bombing of Hiroshima was on August 6th, just 2 days before, and the bombing of Nagasaki was on August 9th. Japan surrendered on September 2nd. When Japan surrendered, they surrendered only to the United States. They did not surrender to the Allied forces, and it's important to make that distinction. The Allied forces, including the Soviet Union and China. By doing this, Japan was siding with the United States against the Soviet Union. Russia has still not returned sovereignty of the Japanese northern territories to Japan. If the Japanese had waited longer to surrender and the Soviets had invaded further south, they likely would have taken over enough of Japan to create a situation where there could have been a northern communist Japan and a south capitalist Japan. This would have been like the situation Korea endures. It's hard to imagine, but if the island of Hokkaido had been taken by the Soviets, or possibly even the northern part of the main island of Honshu, the Soviet Union would have used it as a military base to threaten the rest of Japan with, possibly as long as the entire Cold War lasted. Japan absolutely wanted to avoid this kind of situation at all costs. Therefore, they surrendered to just the United States. Next, what else about the symbolism of Godzilla itself? What else does it represent? Godzilla represents nuclear weapons, of course, but it also represents nuclear power, nuclear energy, nuclear proliferation, and the indiscriminate manner of killing that nuclear weapons involve. Godzilla also possibly represents the spirits of soldiers who died in the Pacific theater of World War II, which is commonly referred to in Japan as the Great Pacific War. This symbolism wouldn't be explored until 2001 in a Godzilla film called Godzilla, Mothra, and King Ghidorah, Giant Monsters All-Out Attack. Godzilla also represents Japan's nuclear curse. 2 atomic bombings, the Japanese fishing vessel affected by the Castle Bravo nuclear test, the Fukushima nuclear meltdowns in 2011, and the struggle for Japanese energy independence. Japan has to rely on nuclear energy in order to generate enough power. To the Japanese creators of the movie, what was the purpose of making this in the first place? The movie allowed the Japanese to be victims instead of the aggressors. It allowed them to be angry about the damage done to their country, and it allowed them to be angry at the nuclear weapons and nuclear weapons testing. This movie accomplished all of these things, all while not mentioning the United States directly and not being blatantly anti-American. It also allowed the Japanese to psychologically work through the trauma that they had experienced as a nation during the war. Getting back to the American version of this movie called Godzilla King of the Monsters from 1956, why were these political and historical references removed and subsequently replaced with scenes with the American actor Raymond Burr? These political references are the core of the original film, in my opinion. The editors decided to remove the vast majority of these references while letting the monster action stay in because these references were expressing what I call the Japanese national spirit. This includes opinions that I have already talked about, including how the Japanese in the movie are the victims and not the aggressors, and how the Japanese were able to express their anger at the United States for all that happened to them. It's not that I think the edited version of this movie is bad per se, but I prefer to see the real thing as much as I like Raymond Burr and his performance. Did anyone read about how the Japanese audiences in the theaters cheered when the National Diet Building, where the Parliament meets, was destroyed by Godzilla? Why did they do this? This was the only time that they cheered in the theater. Because they were ambivalent to the government in general. The government that got them into the war and their country largely destroyed, as well as the government that was set up by the U.S. after the war. They were fed up with bureaucrats and fed up with bickering politicians. They were fed up with problems not being solved. If you want to learn more about the kinds of issues that are covered in Godzilla movies, some of which are not overtly referenced, there are over 50 episodes of Kaiju Vision available for listening or viewing. I would also recommend William Tsutsui book called Godzilla on My Mind. He is the greatest academic in America in the Godzilla world. You can follow Kaiju Vision on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Kaiju Vision is available on kaijuvision.com, YouTube, and anywhere podcasts are found. I'm Brian Scherschel, and this is Kaiju Vision. See you next time.
I certainly learned a few things.
Indeed.
Yes,
Very
me too.
informative.
Yes, very good.
Okay. All right. A long-standing tradition in the Fort Wayne Cherry Blossom Festival is the anime art contest. Because we were unable to do this in person, the young adult section of the library solicited artwork and then have them digitized so that the judges could review them and make their decisions. The young adult section then put together a short video of the various winners, and we'd like to run that for you right now. Those are very nice pieces of art. Every year we are astounded at the quality of art that we get from basically amateurs.
You're wonderful.
Really, really impressive. So, folks, we have come to the end of our program today. We have some people that we really need to thank because this took a huge amount of effort and time to put together. So, obviously, thank you to our sponsors again. I want to thank the other Cherry Blossom Festival committee members who are not here other than obviously you two. We've got Michelle Yamanaka, Dan Quinn, Anita Yamanaka, Sherry Carrera, Laura Semba, Susie Hansel, and Sachi, and I can't read my own writing. What does that say? Yanadi Rizzo, I believe. I'm sorry if I butchered anyone's name. And Brian Scherschel. We've also got to thank our crew right here who has been hard at work all day. So thank you so much for being here. And thank you to the library, obviously. Am I missing anyone?
I don't think so. We have a crawl at the end that will list everybody involved, so
Yeah.
make sure we get to that.
This was definitely a team effort, and so we were so glad to be able to present this to you today so we could have a Cherry Blossom Festival, even if it's not the Cherry Blossom Festival that we would normally have, okay?
But we look forward to having that next year.
Definitely, yep.
So save the date. I think it's usually the Sunday after Mother's Day.
Yes.
So
Yep,
check that on
definitely
your calendar.
looking forward to that.
That's right.
Yes,
And so we are going to end with a repeat performance by our featured guests, the Miyabi Ensemble. And this was, I believe, you have to get my glasses out.
So it's Yume no wa, which we now know means the Ring of Dreams.
And so we are going to close with that because it's just so awesome.
Mhm.
And otherwise that, I'm Terry O'Brien.
Dorothy Kataka.
And Elena Robbins.
And thank you
Thank
for
you
joining
very
us.
much. Thank you. See you next year.
Thank you.